And the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(h) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases on today's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party and to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case today, our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 24 CIT 00134, the Italian Bar, license number 119392. Good morning, Mr. Oriella. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good morning, Chairman. Carolyn Papetti, your access has been elevated. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Good morning, good morning. Do you have a camera, ma'am, you can turn on?
I have a camera and it seems to not be working. It says it's open in another app. When I was trying to get ready this morning, I apologize.
Okay, let's
figure out where it's open.
All right, that's fine, ma'am. Mr. Teller. Oh.
Is it working now?
No, it's not, but we're fine. All right. Mr. Teller, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Ms. Papetti, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to the establishment?
It's Carolyn Papetti, CAROLYN, last name Papetti, PAPETTI, and I'm the owner.
Good morning, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair, the district would only note that the parties have been in discussions regarding settlement and they are ongoing.
All right, fine. This matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on July 10th, 2024, 10:30 a.m. I can now see you, ma'am. What this means is that 7 days prior to the hearing, if there are going to be documents and witnesses that the parties are going to rely on, the parties are required to exchange those documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing to defend its position. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents unless good cause is shown. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
Yes, I believe you said it's at 10:30 a.m. I have 1:30 p.m. for July 10th.
I have July 10th at 10:30. Is that the same that you have, Mr. Hello?
I am looking now. I would need to pull up the document. I did not have that up in front of me.
Let me find it. Hold on 1 minute, please. That's information that's on my calendar, but let me make sure that
Just reading it from the original citation letter for this date and the July date.
oh. I'm not sure if it's an error. Let me see something. All right, I have on my calendar July 10th at 10:30 a.m. I will make sure, ma'am, that our legal office will confirm the time. I have not gotten a response, but I can only go with I don't have the show cause notice. That's what I was looking for that you said that you have. But the information that's given to me by legal, it says July 10th at 10:30 a.m. If that time is incorrect, ma'am, I will make sure that the legal office contacts both parties to correct the time of the hearing. Okay?
And Ms.
And
I'm sorry.
I should receive an email a couple days prior with the link anyways, so it would be clarified in that email, I'm assuming.
Yes, but I will make sure that you know by close of business today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll make sure that you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the show cause notice did say 1:30.
If the show cause notice states 1:30, then the hearing then is scheduled for, because we always go with the notice that's on the show cause, the time on the show cause notice, unless there is a change. So it's scheduled for July 10th at 1:30 p.m. If there is a change, I will make sure that the parties are contacted by close of business today. I'm being told by legal it's July 10th at 10:30. Okay, so it is July 10th at 10:30, ma'am. Okay. Okay, so the hearing is July 10th at 10:30. Okay, so that is the correct time. It's July 10th at 10:30. Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions, ma'am? All right. If the parties decide to settle this matter can be settled if through a written OIC prior. But if not, I will see you July 10th at 10:30. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. And I think that's that for the day, sir. Do you have any other cases with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Vision Lounge, we requested a continuance. I do believe the licensee is on the line. I do not know if the board's already ruled on that motion for
The
continuance.
board will grant the continuance, and so let me call. Is the licensee on the line? All right, let me call case number 23 CIT 00672 Vision Lounge, license number 121350. Mr. Oriella, is the licensee for that case on the line? I
Yes.
didn't think that he would be. Okay.
Salamawit Adal, your access has been elevated. That is
Yeah.
all.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Do you have a camera, ma'am, you can turn on?
Yeah, it's turned on for me.
Well, I can't see you, but anyway, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Cello. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes,
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the district.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
okay, my name is Salamait, SELAMAWIT. My last name, ADAL, the relationship owner.
All right. So how do you pronounce your last name for me, please, ma'am?
AD,
No, how do you pronounce it?
Adal.
Adal. Good morning, Miss Adal.
Good morning.
Mr. Adal, the government had requested a continuance, and it's my understanding that you had agreed to the government's request to continue this hearing. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. So therefore, the board will grant the request to continue the hearing, and so the new date for the hearing is June 26th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
So June 26th at 1:30 p.m. This is a show cause hearing, and so therefore, I just want to remind the parties that if that has not been done as yet, that both sides are required. Well, that was supposed to have been done because we were having a full hearing today. So I'm not sure if you had submitted documents and witnesses that you would be, if we were moving forward with this hearing, ma'am, that you'd be relying upon. Did you exchange documents and witnesses with the government, ma'am?
No. Because they have a different email, so because of that we cannot communicate. Now I give my right email.
And I would note that I have requested Ms. Walker update the email in her records, and I believe that ABCA will be updating the correct email. We will be engaging in communications, including the exchange of the exhibit witness list with the proper email.
All right, and so it's my understanding that since the documents have not been exchanged, ma'am, you are required to at least 7 days prior to this hearing that you exchange documents and witnesses. So if whatever documents you're going to rely upon, whatever witnesses you're going to rely upon to defend your case, ma'am, you need to provide those names to the government, the witnesses to the government 7 days before the hearing, and the government will do the same for you, ma'am. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Okay, so I just want a record to reflect. I did put you on notice today that you need to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, and failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that other side from moving forward or relying on documents and witnesses that have not been exchanged. Okay? You have any other questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, so I'll see you both on June 26th at 1:30 p.m.
June 26 or July 26?
June 26th. June 26th at 1:30 p.m. Let me make sure June 26th, I wrote the time, but let me make sure that June 26th at 1:30, that's the next, the board doesn't meet next week, so that's the next meeting that the board has, which is in 2 weeks. Okay?
All right. Okay.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar is a fact-finding here in case number 24-251-00014, Abigail Room, license number 107468, Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good morning, sure. Andrew George, your access has been elevated. Investigator Lakita Coates, your access has been elevated. And Ki Jung Sung, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Who's Rebecca Brody? Who's that person?
Morning, Chairman. This is Andrew George here for respondent. Rebecca Brody is my partner, and would it be possible to elevate her access as well?
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Is your client going to be on camera, Mr. Sung? All right, we'll have all the parties. I'm sorry. All right, we'll have the parties identified. We'll have the parties identify themselves for record, starting with Ms. Coates. Ms. Coates, you're on mute. You need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Sorry.
Ms. Coates. Ms. Coates.
I'll work with Investigator Coates.
Is she in the hearing room or one of the? Do we know what room she's in?
I'll confirm.
Ms. Brody, can you mute your line, please, ma'am? Ms. Coates,
Yes, sir.
please identify yourself for the record, ma'am.
Sure.
Spell and state your name.
Certainly. Investigator Coates, first name Laketa, last name Coates.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Mr. George, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure. It's Andrew, Andrew, George, George.
Ms. Brody, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, good morning. Rebecca Brody, Rebecca Brody, Brody.
And Mr. Sung, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation?
Morning, it's Kijun, Kijun, last name Sung, Sung, owner.
Good morning, sir. All right, this is a fact-finding hearing, and a fact-finding hearing is just that the board is gathering information regarding an event that occurred at the establishment. A fact-finding hearing is very informal. The witnesses are not sworn. The board at a fact-finding hearing cannot order the parties to take any specific action. The board can request that an action be taken, but the licensee is free to deny that request. And the board cannot take any action whether or not the licensee has agreed to assent to what's been required by the board. At the end of this hearing, there are two decisions that the board can make. The board can decide that we will submit this case to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if a show cause hearing should be held in this case, or the board can determine that based on its investigation, no further action will be taken. Prior to moving forward, do we have any questions by anyone?
No.
And you, Mr. George, are you the one who will be handling this matter this morning?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but my colleague, Rebecca Brody will also, possibly, we may split the questions, if that's all right.
All right. All right. I just want to get some clarification. And so basically what will occur is that I'll have the investigator set the stage by sharing what has occurred. Once the investigator has had an opportunity to present the case, the board will ask, I will ask some questions, and other board members will be able to ask her some questions. And once the board has asked questions, then you are free to ask questions of the investigator. I will have some questions of the respondent, so I'm not sure if the licensee will testify or if you'll direct the person to answer the questions. But I do have some questions that I want to ask the establishment, and so we'll move forward to figure out how we'll have that accomplished. Okay. All right. And so basically, on March 9th, 2024, MPD the Metropolitan Police Department observed a firearm in a vehicle near Abigail Room. After an ejection, a male patron who was inside Abigail Room went to the vehicle and was arrested. The patron was found to have a firearm in his waistband. And the video appears to show that the patron may have had a weapon in the establishment. So I'll just ask Miss Coates. So to tell us, all right. So I'll ask the question, Miss Coates. Where are you currently employed?
Currently employed at the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration.
And what is your role at this establishment, at this agency?
I'm an investigator.
And what does that mean, you're an investigator?
So in my role as an investigator, I go out and conduct investigations and inspections of alcohol licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with this establishment, Abigail Room?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with the Abigail Room?
I became familiar with Abigail Room after being notified by MPD that an incident occurred involving a firearm and a patron.
All right. Did there come a time that you wrote a case report?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just can you tell us what it is that you just tell us what occurred and what is it that you were able to ascertain as far as your investigation?
Certainly. On March the 9th, we received an email notification from Sergeant Brady of MPD that a patron possibly had a firearm inside of Abigail Room. The sergeant stated that they were conducting patrol in the area of Abigail Room, and while they were patrolling, they were peering into cars and they spotted a large capacity magazine. So Sergeant Brady stated that they had officers sit on the car or watch the car. Shortly afterwards, they had, I guess, a fight or altercation to break out in front of or beside Abigail Room. After they dispersed the altercation, the officers that were watching the car previously that had the large power capacity magazine in it, they noticed a person that had been in the altercation approaching the vehicle. Once he hit the key fobs, the light came on, so they knew that they had the right car. Once they approached the individual, they asked him where was his firearm or if they had the firearm. The individual said that he had the firearm in his waistband. MPD asked him, did he take the weapon inside of the establishment? The suspect stated that he wasn't going to tell them where he came from. So in turn, we went to ABCA room and made contact with one of the ABC managers, informed him of the incident that occurred the night before. He stated that the ABC manager stated that he was unaware of the incident. We request to see the video footage from the night prior, and the manager said he was unable to access that. It was a daytime manager that has the access to the footage or being able to retrieve the footage. We requested it. That morning, we received the footage. Well, we received some footage. It was not the correct cameras. The cameras we requested were clear and concise. What they sent us was of low resolution, very bad quality. You couldn't really make out what was on that. So an email was sent to Mr. Kim requesting the correct footage. And he then sent us back the correct footage, although he stated it was not. He sent us what was in our security plan versus what we had asked for. But in the spirit, this is a direct quote, in the spirit of cooperation, he would send us what we requested. He did, in fact, send what we requested on the 14th of March. After watching the footage, we saw the gentleman that MPD described. You could see him in the surveillance camera going through the security line, and it appeared he was holding something in his groin region going through security, and he could also be seen after passing the security line still holding his groin and entering into the establishment. Shortly later, a few moments later, he exited the facility again, still kind of holding himself. Then he went out of the establishment onto the street, and then you can see where himself and a group got into whatever the altercation was. You couldn't make out if it was a verbal altercation or a physical altercation, but you could see them gathered together. After MPD dispersed, he went to the car, and that's when MPD made the arrest for a firearm in the large capacity magazine.
That's it?
Yes.
All right. So what is it that, as a result of your investigation, did you draw any conclusions?
There were two conclusions. One, when we requested the footage, he didn't send the correct footage, and stated in the spirit of cooperation, he would send it. But from my knowledge, regulation said that any camera and all cameras are to be operable and upon request given. And then two, I'm not able to confidently say the weapon made it into the establishment. However, it appears it could have possibly made it into the establishment. Based on looking at the surveillance videos, I can't definitively say because the pat downs were not consistent. So I'm not 100% able to say if the gun made it into the establishment or not. But it appears there's a high probability of it making it into the.
Does this establishment have a security plan?
Yes, sir.
Based on did you have a chance to review the security plan?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that they complied with their security agreement, the security plan?
To a point. The security plan talks about 3 cameras, but there are more than 3 cameras in the establishment. So that was one inconsistency that I found. Also, during the searches and pat downs, there was no systematic, consistent procedure for patting down the patrons of the establishment. It was different security guards did different things at different times. And even the same individual may search a person one way the first time and then search a different way for the next individual. So there was no consistency with the searches of patrons and during the establishments. But the security plan does not specifically detail how to conduct the pat down or the searches.
So how many cameras did you see in the establishment?
I did not count the cameras. However, on the, yes, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the,
You said the security plan said 3 cameras, but you said there are more cameras in the establishment. So I'm just trying to find out how many cameras are in the establishment.
I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They sent me 6 cameras, footage of 6 cameras.
So you're saying they sent you footage from 6 different cameras?
Correct.
How do you know they're from different cameras?
So they're labeled. They delivered a USB thumb drive with the surveillance footage on it, and each of them are labeled. So I see 5 different channels on the thumb drive.
So you see 5 different, 5 or 6, 5 different what?
Different camera names and angles.
So what can you put in the record? What is it that you saw?
Okay. I have a channel 2, a channel 4, channel 6, channel 8, channel 12, channel 16.
So you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, and 16.
Yes.
So that's at least 6 different cameras. You're saying that you believe that they have at least different cameras?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you know how many firearms, if any, were recovered by MPD on March 29th, 2024 in or around Abigail Room?
Knowledge of 1.
And where was that firearm confiscated?
I do not have the exact address for where it was confiscated.
No,
It
but
was
was it all right? But when I say where, like, was it on the person in a car or
on the person.
on the
On the
individual?
person.
Okay. And so you're saying it was confiscated on the patron of Abigail Room, is that correct?
Correct.
And you also state you're unable to ascertain whether or not this individual was in the establishment with a firearm. Is that correct?
Correct. However, MPD, I guess, kept a line of vision when they dispersed, and the person went from the altercation right out front of Abigail straight to the vehicle. So there wasn't, from MPD, there was no place to stop and retrieve. It was a beeline.
So tell me again. Tell me again what happened in the sense of the individual exiting Abigail. What happened?
So there was an altercation. So after they went in, Abigail came out. There was an altercation outside of Abigail. And after the MPD intervened the altercation. Once everybody dispersed, they saw the individual walking to the car. Once they walked to the car that had the large power, the ammunition inside of the car, that's when they stopped the individual that they had previously had contact with from the altercation. And when they stopped him, they asked him about the magazine in the car and where was the gun that belonged to the magazine.
So, do we have, or I guess, do we have camera, or is it that the MPD had track of the suspect that one, he did not go to the car prior to the altercation? I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to figure out, did he have an opportunity to go somewhere else and get a weapon?
No. So straight from the altercation straight to the car. He hit the key fob to unlock the door, and that's when MPD saw the light. Once they saw the light, they knew that that individual was going to the car that had the magazine, and that's what made them stop him again and ask, "Where was the firearm?"
You talked about once this individual went through security. Can you just describe again what it is that you're able to see on the camera once it's established, this individual? How did he? What occurred when he went through security?
Okay, so the individual was seen talking to a small group.
Hold on, Miss Coates.
And
Hold on,
the line.
Miss Coates. Hold on, Miss Coates. Hold on. I thought the agency solved this problem. Miss
The line.
Miss
He had put out a line.
Miss Coates. Miss Coates.
Yes. Yes.
I can't hear you. You're having technical issues.
Uh-oh.
All right. So, you need to repeat everything you just said. I can hear you now, ma'am. I lost your video, and then you were unstable. So you have to repeat everything you just said in
Yes,
answering
sir.
my question.
Yes, sir. So the individual came to Abigail. It's cutting out. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you now.
Okay. So the individual arrives at Abigail. There's a group outside of Abigail that he's conversing with. Then he walks away from the group. He goes to the line. He has something in his hand. He sit down at the metal detector tray and then leaves the line again to talk to the group that he previously was talking to. He comes back into the line, retrieves what he has on the tray, goes through security. Security does a pat down of the individual. You can see him fiddling with like the groin and the waistband of his pants. Security does the pat down, and immediately afterwards, he's fooling with his groin and waistband area again. He enters the establishment. He can be seen from a different camera angle, still holding his waistband and holding his groin. And then you see him walking into the establishment. He then comes out of view of the cameras.
All right. Now, you're saying he's fiddling with his waistband and holding his groin. I don't understand.
It's not normal for people to, even watching the videos, there's nobody else holding their groin area. So it was unusual for a person to fiddle with their waistband and groin as often and as long as he did.
And you're saying he's doing this going through security.
Correct.
And so did, at least in viewing the camera, how did security respond? Did security respond anyway to this?
No. When they did the pat down, they ran their hands around their back, but never once did they manipulate the waistband or the pants area.
Okay. excuse me, if he had a weapon in entering the establishment, do you have any idea why security failed to detect this?
I would say the search wasn't conducted in a way that would have found it. Had the search or pat down been a little more thorough, then there wouldn't be any room for guess or any speculation that a weapon made it inside of the establishment had the search or pat down been conducted properly or thoroughly.
You also stated that that the security screening was not consistent um, um, with different individuals entering the establishment. Elaborate on what do you mean by that?
Yes. Some of the security officers would go under the arms, manipulate jackets, have them unzip the jacket, go around the waistband, go down the legs, move the pants leg, lift up the pants leg. While there were others that would just search around the jacket, not requiring the patrons to unzip or manipulate. The females were not searched. There were security guards who would look inside of their bags if they had any. Then there would be other security guards that would have the female patrons open their jacket and manipulate the jacket. So there were just a lot of inconsistencies with depending on who the individual was, patron, or who the security officer was conducting. There was no systematic approach to screening.
So how many security officers were doing screening to enter the establishment?
I recall 3.
Okay. So do you what about females? Were you able to ascertain whether or not if were males and females searched or screened, or how was that?
The males were searched by persons. They went jacket. The males were more searched than the females. The females pretty much they just had their bags searched for the most part.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the establishment used metal detecting wands or any similar devices?
I did not see any.
Okay. Any questions of the investigator by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. I guess it's still good morning, Investigator Coates. Investigator Coates, was this person who was arrested by MPD associated with this license at all or licensee?
No.
They were just a patron?
I'm sorry.
They were just a patron?
Yes, far as I was able to find out.
So the footage that you saw through the cameras, it showed this person going into the establishment?
Yes.
It showed him coming out?
Yes.
Did it show him going any other place before he was arrested by MPD?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members?
No additional questions.
All right. Thank you. Mr. George, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and thank you, Investigator Coates. So I think my colleague Rebecca and I will have some brief questions for Mr. Coates.
Sir, I'm not going to have both attorneys question Investigator Coates. It has to be one.
That's fine.
It's not going to be both. Okay.
Okay, no problem. But I also have some information that I'd like to proffer to the board if possible, and it might make sense to begin today with that information because it's relevant to some of the concerns that have been raised during this hearing today. If that would be all right, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, what was the question? What you just said, sir? I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. I was saying that I have some information that I would like to proffer to the board, if possible, to begin, just because I think it may make sense to begin with that because it's relevant to some of the concerns that have been raised so far during this hearing.
Well, I'll give you an opportunity. I mean, I'll give you an opportunity to do that, but now this is an opportunity to question the investigator if you have, and then you can proffer that once you decide how you're going to respond, how your client is going to respond. But this is now an opportunity. If you have questions to ask of the investigator, I will give you an opportunity to proffer, and then I will have questions, and the board might have questions of your client. So yeah.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. And may I ask, so we have ready the video, the surveillance footage of the incident. Would it be helpful if I were to play that surveillance footage? I'd be happy to share my screen to play it so that.
And then are you going to ask so you want to play to ask the investigator about, you're questioning her about the video? Is that what you want to do?
Yes, yes.
All right. Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. George to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you. Okay, let me give me 1 moment. Is my screen showing the video visible now?
I can see your screen, sir, but it's very tiny. The video, unless you're going to open the video. So, yeah, that's better. Okay.
A little bit better. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay. So let me go to the relevant time here. Okay. So just for context, sorry, I've lost my ability to see all of you. Ms. Coates, thank you for being here today. So this is this some of the video that you reviewed from that night?
It appears.
Okay. And you mentioned there were security staff that night when you reviewed the video. You weren't there that night, right? Everything that you know is from the video or from your investigation after the fact. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in the video we see there, here, I'm going to start it playing. There are multiple security guards visible in the video, and these turnstiles, these are where people can exit from the club. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And we have kind of a barriered off area and a podium out here where folks can enter the security area through these barriers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And from your review of the video, is it fairly well lighted, this area?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a table for patrons to put their items as they're going through and being searched. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to fast forward a tiny bit here. Okay. So we're going to look now at the entrance of the individuals or the individual in question. Excuse me 1 sec. Okay, so first, so I'm at 22, let me pause. I'm at 22, excuse me, 2:23:17. That's in the time in the morning on March 9th, 2024 for this video. Is that right, Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Okay. And so you see here we have three or four female patrons coming into the club and going through a search.
Yes.
Okay. And having their purses searched and and then being permitted in. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then in a moment, we'll see the individual in question, S1. Excuse me, I already went past it. I'm sorry about that. Is this individual here who just placed something down? Is that S1?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say S1, we're talking about the individual who was ultimately arrested that night. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he puts something down into the bowl there and then walks back out to the group. And you mentioned that before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to fast forward a tiny bit. Okay, so now we have S1 coming back and retrieving the item out of that bowl. Is that right? Or, excuse me, now being searched. And this is the search, right, that you were describing?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure that we have. Okay, so we see there the security officer doing a pat down, but the pat down doesn't touch the groin area. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so now the individual picks up his stuff out of the bowl, and his hand is on his groin there, and is that what you were referring to before? Oh,
I think the district is having some internet issues. It's not just Miss Coates, and because it's my understanding that she's testifying from the ABCA office, and there are some issues going on. So I think that's what's going on with the internet.
not a problem.
Let me wait for her to come back.
Of course.
Miss Coates.
Yes. I'm trying to
All right.
do better
Yes,
service, but it's everybody. I think.
Ms. Coates, are you able to hear me now?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
No problem. Are you able to hear me now?
The connection is going.
And I'm gonna rewind a tiny bit so that because I don't know if you were able to hear my question before, Ms. Coates. Are you able to hear me now?
I'm sorry, the connection is bad. I'm gonna try to
That's
log
okay.
out and come back in because I
Take
can
your
barely.
No problem. Hi, Ms. Coates, are you able to hear me?
Are you there, Ms. Coates?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. Okay. Ms. Coates, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. So we were just getting to the part of the video where S1 is patted down. And so here, actually, let me go back a tiny bit more because okay. So where I'm pointing here, this is S1 is, oh no, I think we lost you again.
I want the record to reflect that she is testifying from the ABRA office, from her office. And so the issue that she's having is she's having an issue because of the internet in the office. Are we? I'm sorry. Let me ask, Miss Coates. I think they're switching her location. Miss Coates.
Yes, sir.
What location in the office are you testifying from, ma'am?
I'm in the board. I just docked to the boardroom.
Okay, let me see if it's better.
All right. I think I'm back.
All right.
Having technical difficulties.
I'm aware, so if you're in the boardroom when the board met in person, well, anyway, but let's see. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a little better.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thanks. All right, so I'm going to start the video again at the point of the pat-down search, okay?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Oh, sure. I was saying I'm going to start the video again at the point of the pat-down search of S1, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is now we're watching the pat-down, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he retrieves his item, and then afterwards, this is the point where he's holding his groin, is that right?
Correct. However, he started immediately. If you back up a little bit, you
Oh,
can
sure.
see he started adjusting himself right there.
Okay, well, I'll play it again. That's the point when he started adjusting himself where I started it there.
Yeah, where we started, correct.
Okay, okay. And so then he's allowed into the club. Now, gonna fast forward a bit to the point when he leaves, which um, is at 2:38, roughly. Okay, so it's now 2:38 in the morning on March 9th. Is that right?
Yes.
And so there, that's S1 right there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he walks out, he goes through the turnstile, and he walks out. He's kind of blocked by the column there for the moment. And so we're all tracking. So is that him there where I'm pointing?
It doesn't look like it. The video is kind of grainy.
I understand. Sorry, when I have to blow it up for this, it's a little bit harder to see. Let me back up a little bit so we can just follow him. Okay, so there he goes.
Yes.
Okay. And so he's walking out, and we can't see him at the moment. He's behind the column. And can you tell whether that's him or
I I can't definitively say yes because there was an individual behind him with a white shirt on as well.
yeah?
And so it looks, because of the pixels, I guess it's hard to decipher whether or not that's the person in question or the person following behind him.
Understood. And so the individuals, all of them, um, kind of walk off into this more distant area. And are we now? Can you tell me when we're seeing the altercation?
You, I think that they had exchanged words starting at the first podium and then they walked off more. However, from this vantage point, you can't really see when the altercation took place. My knowledge of the altercation was based upon MPD's account.
Okay, so you couldn't actually see video. Correct me if I'm wrong. You couldn't see video of the actual altercation itself.
Correct.
Okay, and so is it fair to say then that you don't know where the altercation took place exactly?
From me seeing it, no, but from MPD, yes.
Understood. Did MPD tell you where exactly the altercation took place?
Out front of Abigail. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. But watching this video, well, you reviewed the footage from out front of Abigail. Did you see an altercation take place on that footage?
No, you can't see the altercation from the vantage point that we have.
Okay. And so is, would you agree, based on the video footage we have and what you know, are you not sure where exactly the altercation took place?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know whether all of the individuals involved in the altercation were inside of the club prior to the altercation?
MPD, no. However, I guess it could be when they walked out of the establishment. there was an individual following closely behind, and they appeared to be having an exchange on the way out of the establishment just prior to the first white pier, but you can't see behind the white pier.
You meant the individual who had the white t-shirt or the white shirt on behind S1?
Correct.
Okay. But do you know whether that individual was in the altercation or not?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know whether other individuals who were involved in the altercation, whether they were inside Abigail before the altercation?
Personally, no. From MPD, yes.
Ah, okay. And so what do you know from MPD as far as whether the other individuals in the altercation were all inside of Abigail?
What the sergeant said was the patrons exiting the establishment got into an altercation, and they were called over to disperse the altercation.
And do you know whether MPD was providing support or whether any MPD officers were providing support at Abigail that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and sorry, that may have been an unclear question, like overtime detail, that sort of thing.
I'm not sure if they were in official overtime capacity, but I do know that there is a night force task group, and they patrol that area regularly.
Did you, in the course of your investigation, did you interview any investigators, or excuse me, not, did you interview any MPD officers who may have been serving that night as overtime detail at Abigail?
Yes,
Who was that?
Sergeant Jeremy Brady.
Okay. And so he was serving that night as overtime detail at Abigail? Like he was working with,
I believe that was a part of his duty shift, not overtime, but I'm not
oh,
100% sure, but I believe it was a part of his detail.
got it. So he reported to the scene when something happened, but he wasn't stationed at the club helping to provide security for the club that night. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so just to recap, fair to say you don't know where the altercation took place exactly. Do you know when it took place? What time?
At the 2:35 mark, I left my notes in the other room.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trying to
I do not want to make you go back to that other room. But so sorry, you're saying so this is at 2:39 and the individual.
It was somewhere within that time frame, within that 2:35 2:40 mark. I'm not sure because I don't have my notes in front of me.
I understand. Is Sergeant Brady in this video to the best of your knowledge? Does he ever show up in the video?
No.
Okay. And do you know where S1 was ultimately arrested? The location of the arrest?
A few cars down from the establishment.
How do you know that?
Per the interview with the officer, as well as an interview with the officer and the body camera footage.
The body camera footage, okay. And in the interview, from the materials you've seen, were you able to tell how close S1 was to his car, the car that had alerted from the keep fob, how close he was to the car at the point of his arrest?
He was arrested at the car.
Okay, at the car. Okay. Are we able to see in the surveillance video that you reviewed, are you able to see at any point the car alerting to key fob?
No.
Okay. So presumably the car was somewhere out of the view of this camera, so farther away, is that fair, than the camera is able to see?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it sounds like you don't know exactly where the car was. Maybe you could figure that out from the body cam, but based on just what you know and what you've learned through the investigation, do you know where the car was exactly?
That it was located on M Street, but
Uh-huh.
not exactly sure of the address.
Okay. You said the officer told you that he made or he saw the S1 make a beeline, I think you had said, from the club to the point of the altercation and his ultimate arrest. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. But you can't see the officer at any point in this surveillance video. Is that right?
correct.
Okay.
Also, I have my notes too. The
Oh,
arrest
good.
was, yeah, the arrest was made at 1700 M Street.
That's the address that's listed in the arrest report.
Correct.
And when you look at the arrest report, do you see a time and a time for the offense start date and end date? Do you see that?
Just a second, please.
Sure. No, no problem.
It has the offense start time at 2:30 a.m.
Okay. And it might be helpful. I'm going to pull up, let me shrink my screen and switch to a Google map so that we can just see kind of the area that we're talking about. So, can you see my screen here?
Yes,
Okay. So Abigail, the club is right here, and this is 17th and M Street. So 1700 M Street is, I believe this building here. It's on the corner. Is that your understanding?
yes.
Okay. Sorry. And so just to go back to the time of the arrest. So the arrest report says that the offense started at 2:30 a.m. and ended at 3:10 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, do you know about what was going on between 2:30 and 3:10 a.m.? That's a 40-minute time period.
I know that the altercation took place. The person, suspect one, after the altercation and MPD dispersed, he walked back to his vehicle. That's when MPD approached the individual and talked to him, ultimately resulting in an arrest.
Okay. So, to the best of your knowledge, is 3:10 the time of the arrest itself? That's the end date of the offense or the end time of the offense.
It's listed as the end time of the
Okay.
offense.
Okay. And so we saw a video of him leaving the establishment at 2:38 a.m. roughly. And so it's not until 3:10 that he was actually arrested and found to have a gun on him. Is that right? To
Well,
the best of your knowledge.
I was about to say, I can't definitively say that because things happen along, so I'm not, pat down searches, checks for licenses, so I'm not 100%
Fair
sure
enough.
what time they actually concluded or he was officially placed under arrest. I just have
Fair
it
enough.
listed as the end time.
Okay. Okay. But to the best of your knowledge, would the search and I mean, to the best of your knowledge, was he arrested shortly after the gun was found on him?
Yes,
Okay. And so, to the best of your knowledge, that would have been somewhere around 3:10 a.m. Is that fair?
something in that area, yes.
Okay. So, about 32 minutes after he left Abigail and left the view of Abigail's video cameras. Is that fair?
Can you say that one more time, please?
Oh, sure. So his arrest, his being caught with the gun and then being arrested, that happened about 32 minutes, roughly 32 minutes after his leaving Abigail and leaving the video range of Abigail's video cameras?
Again, I can't definitively say because they could have put the handcuff or placed him under arrest at one time, but the report may have been finished or they may not have left the scene. So I'm not sure what the official time that they considered him under arrest was.
Understood. So just to recap, so you're not sure when or exactly where. Do you know exactly where he was arrested?
The report has listed 1700 M Street.
Okay. And so presumably that is farther than the, oops, I'm sorry, wrong video, farther than the view that you can see in this video, that's somewhere down here. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Now, and you don't personally know how many people were involved in the altercation. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And the altercation itself, did you see, is the altercation on video in it at all?
It's not on the video.
On this video.
Okay, yeah, it's not on this particular video.
It may be on the body cam footage. I haven't seen that, but in this video, it's not on there. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. So just to shift gears a little bit, are you aware of any guidance that that the board or MPD offers to the public or to nightlife proprietors about how to conduct a search on the entry of a premises?
Sorry, give that to me one more time, please.
Sorry, that was a bit bumbling. Are you aware of any guidance, like any documents or any guidance that's given to proprietors of nightlife establishments, either by the board or by MPD, about how to do a search when a patron is entering the establishment?
I'm not sure of a specific guidance. I know that there are resources available. I know that training is recommended, but I am not sure if MPD actually goes out and trains on how to do searches. From my recollection, the ABC board does not tell people how to conduct searches. However, it is recommended that you do obtain training from a licensed security company to come in and train your officers on how to conduct proper systematic searches of patrons and entering establishments.
And do you know where that recommendation might be found? Are there any documents that have that recommendation?
The specific, more than likely the website, but I don't know if we very specifically tell them who to obtain the services from, but it is recommended for training to have a licensed establishment come in and train your officers on how to do searches.
Okay. In terms of the specific procedures that are supposed to be done during a search, do you know whether there's any guidance from any city agency, any agency of the district that offers guidance on how to do, say, a pat-down search or when it's appropriate to use a metal detector wand, that sort of thing?
I'm not sure of which agency specifically tells you how to do it. However, I know that there are licensed entities that do businesses with the district, and you can obtain that information from, I guess, the building, the regulatory inspections, the people who license the security officers and agencies.
Okay, I'm going to try to share just one more document. I'm almost finished here. But this is, hopefully this will work. Okay, are you able to see my screen there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll tell you, this is a document that's available online that MPD puts out called Best Practices for Nightlife Establishments. I can put in the chat in a moment the hyperlink to this document. But have you seen this before?
No, sir.
Okay. So I just want to flip to page 6, which lists the security recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mr. George.
Sure.
I'm not quite sure where you're going. This is just a fact finding here, and the board is trying to make some determination whether or not we should refer this to the Office of the Attorney General or whether or not we should. We're going to say there's no further action. I mean, the bottom line is that there's an allegation that an individual was arrested for having a gun, and
Mhm.
whether or not, and we, based on the investigation that was done by the investigator, we cannot pinpoint whether or not whether or not this individual was in the establishment with a weapon. We do not know that. I would think that if that your licensee's security plan would have the proper procedures about what is required, what's pat down, whether or not ones are utilized. I mean, and based on the type of establishment this is, I don't believe this is if the Abigail. It's a it's a it's a it's a nightclub. So
Correct.
nightclubs are required to have security plans, and a legally sufficient security plan is supposed to highlight what are the procedures, whether or not you use pat down, whether or not it's my understanding. So I mean, I'm not quite sure where you're going here, but we're just trying to find out what happened, sir. This is
I
not a show
understand.
cause this is not a show cause hearing for you to you're trying to say that your client is innocent or wasn't this. We're just trying to figure out um did based on um what happened, whether or not any violation of our rules and regulations. And if we were to determine that one was some, if we determined that the establishment didn't act pursuant to the law, then we would refer this to the Office of Attorney General for them to decide if they're going to charge them with with a violation, or we might decide that no further action. But so it's not necessary for us to go here because this is just an inquiry. And as I said, no one I've not sworn in any witness. So basically, it's nothing that's stated today. We can use it against any party because they're not sworn.
I understand, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. My point in bringing up that document was largely to address the point that you were just making in terms of as the board is trying to determine whether or not a violation occurred here, that in fact there's nothing in the DC code or in ABRA's rules or even in MPD's guidance about how a either requiring that a security plan include pat down procedures or even how pat down procedures are supposed to be done. And so but I understand that for purposes of this witness that we don't need to do this. And I can at this point wrap it up with this witness. Investigator Coates, I really appreciate your time. Thank you. I have nothing more for you.
Thank you. All right. That's basically, and so you had stated that you had a proffer that you want to make on behalf of your client, and so you are welcome to make that proffer. Either you or Ms. Brody can make that proffer.
Sure, I'll go ahead and do it. So, look, first of all, let me just address the camera point because Ms. Coates talked about that, and I just want to make sure that I address it. The owners of Abigail were under a misunderstanding about their obligations with respect to turning over camera footage. They thought that they were only supposed to produce camera footage from the cameras that were listed in their security plan.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I don't mean to cut you, but
That's okay.
this is not a new operator, and if we ask you for camera footage, if you have cameras, you provide us a camera footage. It can't be that you thought your security plan said that you had 3 cameras, but you have 6 cameras. So don't say that because our security plan said 3 cameras, we're only going to provide you footage from the 3 cameras that's in our security plan, but we have 6 cameras. So let's move on from there, sir. Okay.
Okay, I was just trying, you're right in what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to explain that there was actually a misunderstanding about that. They've produced the footage and they're now fully aware of their obligations about that, but I'll move on.
All right.
So in terms of this specific incident, the respondents were very concerned to learn about this incident. Whether or not the incident is one, whenever it happened, wherever exactly it happened, whatever intervening things could have happened. And it is unclear whether or not this individual actually was able to bring a gun in. But I will say that the respondents take this very seriously. They take safety in general at their establishment very seriously. And that's one of the reasons why they always request MPD overtime detail support on weekend nights, including on the night in question. Now, I've mentioned there's really no formal guidance out there about how a search is supposed to be done or how a pat down is supposed to be done. And I think the reason for that is because it's very context specific in terms of when it's appropriate. Sometimes Abigail has patrons like private corporate events, that sort of thing. And the use of security wands, that sort of thing, at that type of event might not be as appropriate as it would be on a night like this one. But following this incident, what I want the board to be aware of is that following this incident, that Abigail has taken some specific steps to beef up its search procedures for parties that are coming to its establishment. They've retrained their staff. They have imposed extra supervision on the security staff outside. And they've also taken measures like rotating staff positions during the evening to avoid fatigue among the security officers to make sure that they're fully alert. And they've even created their own pat-down training video or search training video that they're now using to educate their staff on proper training procedures. I have the video here. It's quite short. It's a little under 3 minutes. I'm happy to play it for you. And I can also provide a link to it in the chat or email it to you, however you'd like me to proceed.
You have a video of what, sir, you're trying to provide?
Yeah, so here, I'll put it up on my screen.
No, I'm saying I'm just asking
I'm
a
sorry.
video of what? Of what? What is it the video of you're trying to show us?
I'm sorry about that. This is the training video that Abigail has created since this incident to train its staff on how to conduct a proper pat down for a patron before they're allowed in.
I don't. That's not necessary at this juncture, sir.
Understood.
At this juncture, that's not. This is because you're saying this is what they have done after the fact. Not this is not what you're not saying. This is what we had prior to this art. That's not necessary at this juncture.
Okay.
I do appreciate the fact that they have taken some proactive action, and that's commendable. All right, so I want to make light of that you're presented that they have taken some proactive action to do training after this action. So I do commend the establishment for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything else. That was I just wanted to make you and the board aware of that. And if you have any questions, be happy to answer them. Otherwise, that's all I had.
Well, I have some questions, and I'm not sure if you'll allow Mr. Sung to respond to this. I'm just curious. What are the establishment security procedures for entry?
Mr. Sung can answer that.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, broadly speaking, we check their IDs. We assess whether they're intoxicated, sober, and then if the night in question, if the event in question is open to the general public, then we do perform a pat down. And our policy is no weapons inside the venue. So generally and broadly speaking, that's our procedure.
So do you do any type of wanding? How do you search for weapons? So you just do pat downs, or how do you search for try to prevent weapons from entering the establishment?
The instructions we've provided to security is to do a thorough pat down with their hands. We have used wands in the past, and the problem with wanding is that it generates too many false positives, well over 50%, probably over 75%, approaching 90%. So our experience has been that the wands just it's an empty gesture. We should just go to a pat down. But we're open to changing our mind on that procedure. But yes, in theory, the pat down should be thorough enough so that a weapon cannot be brought inside the venue.
So you're saying that how you screen for weapons is that you're supposed to do the security does a pat down, and that's sufficient to screen for weapons. Is that correct?
Yes.
So specifically, what is supposed to happen for every guest that comes in? What is supposed to happen for this guest to enter your establishment? And say for example, the night in question. What was this a regular night, or what was going on this particular night?
This was an event that was open to the general public.
What do you mean an event? I mean, is it a special event, or was it just this is a regular night of business? I'm trying to find out. Or was something special happening that specific night?
No, there was nothing special about this night. It was open to the general public. We're typically open Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays.
All right. So what is supposed to happen for every guest who comes to your facility, say a Friday or a Saturday night? What happens when I approach? What's supposed to happen? What's the procedure when I approach your establishment?
You will first be greeted. You will be asked for your ID, and then it will be run through a scanner. And assuming that clears, we also check the photo to make sure it matches your description, and then make sure that it's not expired, make sure it looks decent, that it's legal. Then you are ushered down to go further down the line, and then you are greeted by another security member who asks you to open your hands, open your arms, open your legs if they're closed, open their jackets. There's supposed to be a thorough pat down, including both arms, armpits, the entirety of the back, the torso, sides and front, and then there's supposed to be a thorough pat down of the legs, and then a tug of the belt or waistband, and then assuming that nothing's caught, they're allowed through. And I should also say that before the pat down, they're asked to empty their pockets and place it in a tray provided at the table.
Now you're saying all persons are supposed to open their jackets?
Yes, if they have a jacket on.
But I don't recall seeing in this video that was shown by attorney, I don't recall seeing that individual being asked to open the jacket. And if I remember correctly, that jacket appears to be closed, but I could be wrong.
I can't tell whether it's a sweatshirt or a jacket. If someone's wearing a sweater or a sweatshirt, we're not asking them to take them off.
That was a thick. That's at least from my view, from this perspective, if that was a thick. At least in my view, it appears to be a thick outer garment that the person was wearing.
You may be right. I
All
don't know.
All right. What about if if I was to leave your establishment and come back in, am I subjected to search again, or is it you searched me for some? If I exit to come back in, I do not have to undergo search again. What's the procedure?
If you leave the venue, but you're still inside the box, the perimeter, as this customer was in, then no, he is not searched again. But if he actually left the box, the perimeter, then yes, he will be searched again.
So what type of security? So what's the box? What's the box, and how is it that? Explain to me what's this box, and how is it that your security physically keep watch of this box?
It's a it's like a fence. There are barricades and podiums and turnstiles so that there are openings, and every opening is manned by a security personnel or a host so that you won't get in unless you have been ID'd properly and patted down.
All right. So what procedure is followed if a weapon is found? If a weapon is found, say one of your someone is coming to the establishment and based on the pat down, you find a weapon or drugs. What happens?
We're told that of the perimeter.
Okay. So prior to this incident, your security, is this private security? Are these employers? Who provides security for your establishment?
They're our employees.
And what type of training prior to this? I think your attorney said that there was a new training video, but what type of training do they receive?
Currently or before this incident?
Prior to this incident, and what training are they receiving currently?
Before the incident, the training they received was on how to perform pat downs. Not everybody who is on the security team handles pat downs, because some are inside, some are outside, and even outside, we have a select few that perform the pat downs. I'm sorry. Oh, and then afterwards, afterwards, the training also includes the watching of a video to reinforce how to do the pat down. So the video goes through different scenarios, like if someone's wearing a hoodie, we have to search the hood. If someone's wearing a hat, we have to search the hat. I mean, these were things that were covered in the training previously, but now we've memorialized it into a video. And we're also just being hyper aware to make sure, as Mr. George mentioned, that we rotate the pat downs so that people don't just zone out and become robotic. And we've also reinforced the idea that the personnel who are performing pat downs are periodically monitored as well, so that we know that they're doing a good job.
So who provides the training?
We provide it in-house by our security managers.
And so what type of training and how are the security managers? Who trains the security manager?
It's just we have our security managers are former security personnel, so their qualifications just come from experience. And some of that just comes from our, one manager to another manager, or one manager trained all the security, and then those securities, if any of them were efficient, then they become elevated to managers. If
But
you're asking, have we had them go through a formal program offered by a third party, the answer is no.
But you don't. So you don't have any. Well, you're not presenting that there's an formalized training to the trainer. You're saying the trainer, based on their experience, that is it. That is what they're utilizing to train the security. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess ultimately, yes, that's correct.
All right. Are you satisfied with the security screening in the night in question? From what you saw from the video, are you satisfied that the staff acted appropriately?
No, I am not.
Why not?
The pat down of the individual was skipped a few steps. Most notably, they should have grabbed the belt or the belt buckle and shoved it. And the person in question just merely used the back of his hands to just go down the abdomen. It was not a thorough enough search.
Well, all right. I'm correct that Abigail Room is a nightclub. Is that correct? Is the license?
I believe so. I believe it's a CN and not a
Right.
CT, but I'm not sure of that.
All right. So my records reflect it's a CN, and so all CNs are required to have security plans. Is that correct?
You asked me a legal question, or you
I'm
asked
not.
me if we had a security plan?
Well, I'm asking you, does ABRA regulations require that all nightclubs have a security plan? They have a written security plan.
I believe so, but I don't know. I mean, we certainly have a security plan which we've submitted to ABRA.
How old is your security plan, sir?
I don't know. I
Um,
suspect it was 2018 when we opened, roughly, so 6 years.
and this is one of the asks, and of course, you and your lawyer can respond, or your lawyer can respond. Would you agree or volunteer to update your security plan and work with our office so it can provide us with a legally sufficient security plan within the next 45 days?
Certainly open to it, yes.
Well, yes or no. You say yes, you say no, we'll move on. Remember, I
Yes,
can't order
I'm
you.
I'm happy to work with your office to review the security plan, yes.
All right. All right. You said that you did there's now a video. And what other specific changes were made to security as a result of this incident? I'm sorry.
So specifically, as mentioned, we have conducted training one more time of the pat down procedures. We have required all security to review the video. And we rotate security now for the pat down so that one person isn't just stuck there for 3 to 4 hours. And our managers are doing more frequent spot checks to make sure that the security are doing their pat downs properly.
All right. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. This question has already been answered somewhat, Mr. Young. And good afternoon to you,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Song. Mr. Song, you say that the training that takes place for your security is done by in-house.
That's correct.
Are you aware that the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department offers training for security officers that work nightclubs?
MPD provides training?
That's correct.
I'm not aware of that.
Would you be open to having the MPD look at your security and see if they can help you at all?
Absolutely.
You absolutely do. Absolutely. Okay. So there's not a problem with that. But how do we make sure you follow up on this and you don't say yes today and tomorrow we find out you did not get the training or ask for training from MPD? How do we know you're going to do that?
I'm happy to report back to you after we do so.
So when are you going to do that?
I'll do it today. I can CC the board with the request to MPD.
Okay, as the chairman said, we can't at this hearing require you to do anything. But if you do make those promises to the board, we would hope that you would stick by your word because this is all being recorded in the public. And we want to protect you and have your patrons of your nightclub protected appropriately. And I was glad to hear you say that you were not pleased with the pat downs we saw or the security we saw the night in question, because the video showed that this young person or this young man or the suspect number one came into the line, put something into a tray, left out, came back in, put whatever was in the tray in his pocket, was not appropriately checked, and was later found to have a gun in his waistband for MPD. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to update or upgrade your security plan, and hopefully it will help out. Because the bottom line is, should someone get injured, hurt, or killed in your establishment, they're going to look at this board and say, well, did you guys question Mr. Young, find out whether or not he really is responsible or going to be a little more responsible with wanding and training? So wait a minute, let's get back to the wanding. So why did you get wanding in the first place?
Why did we what?
Why did you have wanding at one time, but you don't have it now? Why did you at one time have wanding in your security, checking people when they came into the club?
Well, actually, the wanding, we never had wanding at this particular club. We used to do wanding at one of my previous clubs. And the problem with the wanding is that it beeps. And it beeps most of the time. So a simple metal button will set off the wand.
Okay, well,
So,
not to keep pressing the matter, but we're here because it's alleged that someone, suspect number one, entered into your club, your nightclub. He was not searched appropriately. He was later found in front of his vehicle with a loaded pistol. Had there been wanding, false or not false, he would have been checked a little closer. Do you agree with that?
well, only if the search pursuant to the wanding had been done properly.
I heard your answer, not satisfied with it, but thank you very much, Mr. Young. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask these questions.
You're welcome. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Chair, I believe I have two questions for Mr. Sung. Good afternoon to you, and thank you for being here with us. My first question is in response to your dissatisfaction with the staff member not adequately searching S1 in the video. Were there any punitive measures administered on the individuals responsible for searching S1 in the video?
Yes, he was let go.
Okay. My second question is, we're here today to determine whether or not, as a board, we will make recommendations to pass this case on to the authorities to move forward with an investigation. Given your dissatisfaction with the search, would you believe that it would be in our best judgment to make that movement, or do you think that your testimony today is sufficient for us to cease any further action?
Well, I'm hopeful that the board will consider that we are taking this matter very seriously. I do agree with Mr. Schwartz's assessment that this is a matter of public safety. So we are trying our best, and we'll continue to try our best to keep weapons out and also take any steps, including contacting MPD about their training program, to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions that I have.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to wrap this hearing. This hearing. I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. George, to wrap this up.
I think pretty much everything has been said, Mr. Chairman. I know this has gone a long time. I think it hopefully is clear from Mr. Sung's testimony that they are taking this seriously, that they're trying to put remedial measures in place. And we'll be reaching out to MPD to make sure that we're getting the benefit of their knowledge and expertise, and trying to make sure that something like this can't happen.
I think we are. Your client also agrees that they will work with confer with our legal office to provide us with a legally sufficient security plan within the next 45 days.
Correct.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation today, Ms. Coates, all the parties. Have a great day. And the board will take this matter under advisement for further action. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. Let's move on to our calendar. That was actually the last matter on our calendar, our morning calendar. So let me move to our afternoon calendar. The first case in our afternoon calendar is a protest hearing, case number 24 PRO 00024 Hen Quarter River Point, DC, license number 124468. This case has been canceled due to the a settlement agreement was provided to the board for its consideration. And the next case in our calendar, it's a qualification hearing for DC Garden Hill LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 128406. This case has been continued to July 10th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is it's another case for DC Garden Hill Noma LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 128404. This case has also been continued to July 10th at 1:30 p.m. And the third in that series is DC Garden Hill Georgetown, license number 128405. This case has also been continued to July 10th at 1:30 p.m. And with that, we are at the end of our calendar for the day. And so since we're now at the end of our calendar for the day, let me now do our legal agenda for alcohol. The first matter on our legal agenda for alcohol is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated June 6, 2024 for case number 23 CIT 00782 Chapacubra, license number 092662. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to file the required quarterly statement, second-tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113B2A. There's a $250 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid, and that they need to submit any pending quarterly statements if they have not been submitted. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree the matter pass 3-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated May 14th, 2024 by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Hen Quarter River Point, DC, license number 124468. I make a motion that the settlement agreement be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement dated May 16th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Albert's Liquors, license number 077335. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I
Mr.
second.
Grant,
Mr. Grant and Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of amendment to settlement agreement dated May 16th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Safeway, license number 097707. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated June 5th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5F and Max Wine and Liquors, license number 060758. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated June 10th, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Manifest, license number 128137. I make a motion that we approve the agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of the government's motion for continuance dated June 11th, 2024 in case number 23 CIT 00672 Vision Lounge, license number 121350. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of correspondence from the Fairlawn community dated June 5th, 2024 regarding concerns related to the operations of J&D Market license number 103723. I make a motion that refer this to enforcement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of correspondence from MPD Chief Smith dated May 27, 2024, requesting a fact-finding hearing in case number 24251-00027, barcode, license number 115593. I make a motion that we instead refer this for show cause. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Our next, it's a review of the North Shaw Moratorium Zone Emergency and Proposed Rulemaking. This is what the board is proposing. The board notes that the board is voting to have a notice of emergency and proposed rulemaking for the North Shaw Moratorium Zone emergency and proposed rulemaking. Specifically, what the board is proposing is that these rules will enact a moratorium on an emergency basis and proposed basis that prohibits the following for a period of 3 years. I'm sorry, let me start off. The proposed emergency rulemaking would create a new moratorium zone for 3 years that would extend approximately 600 feet in all directions from 1909 9th Street Northwest, which is the location of North Knoll DC LLC sound bar, holder of a retailer Class CT license 1228664. The moratorium would prevent, number one, new retailers Class CN and D and nightclub license. Number two, it would prevent new retailers Class CT and DT tavern license. Number three, it would prevent new retailers Class CX and DX multipurpose license. Number four, it would prevent new entertainment endorsements for any on-premise licensed restaurant or tavern to offer entertainment, a cover charge, or facilities for dancing. Number five, it would prevent modifications to existing entertainment endorsements for any on-premise licensed restaurant or tavern to add entertainment, a cover charge, or facilities for dancing. Number six, it would prevent a licensed nightclub, multi-purpose facility, or restaurant or tavern with an entertainment endorsement from transferring from a location outside of the moratorium area to a location inside the moratorium area. And number seven, the board prevents the board from granting within the moratorium area a change of license class application for Class CN, DN, CT, DT, CX multipurpose facility, or DX multipurpose retailers license. I therefore make a motion that the board approve the North Shaw Moratorium Zone emergency and proposed rulemaking. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, the second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. The next vote, it's a vote on the review of the Langdon Park Moratorium Zone emergency rulemaking. The board will be voting today to, the board adopted the Langdon Park Moratorium Zone in notice of emergency rulemaking for it to be effective today. This emergency rule will remain in effect for 120 days, expiring on October 10th, 2024. Basically, the board found it necessary to take the further emergency action to extend the Langdon Park moratorium zone because of the board finds it necessary to extend the current moratorium until we have had an opportunity to review the public hearings that we recently had. So therefore, I make a motion that the board passes the Langdon Park Zone emergency rulemaking. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our medical cannabis, legal agenda medical cannabis. The first and only matter on this agenda is a review of a settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C and Cannabis, license number 127801. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for DC Conscious Cafe, license number 088623. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for class change from Retailer D Restaurant to Retailer D Hotel. This is for Residence Inn by Marriott, license number 092826. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for entertainment endorsement. This is for Irregardless, license number 120265. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review request for approval to provide a gift of non-alcoholic mixer that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Uncorked, license number 118178. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first and only matter on our supplemental license agenda is review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Lapis Events and Catering, license number 126781. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's move to the board's licensing administrative 3-3 docket. The only application on the board's licensing is the board's licensing administrative 3-3 docket. It's for Suns Cinema, license number 098888. This is their Retailer C Tavern Street endorsement application. I make a motion that we approve this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's go to the board's licensing and one-day substantial change docket. There are 17 applicants on this application. Without objection, I make a motion that the board approve all the application on the licensing administrative docket for Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And let's now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. On the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket, there are 14 applicants for license. I therefore make a motion that the board approve the request on this docket. I also want to make note that for number 12, Tyron White for one-day license substantial change, that the board monitors this specific event, number 12, which is a request from Tyron White for a anniversary party on June 23rd, 2024. So with that change, I therefore make a motion that all the applicants on the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket, which numbers 14, be approved. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And we now move to our final agenda item, agenda for the day, and this is the medical cannabis licensing agenda. I am going to go through. There are 29 licensees on this agenda. I will review all 29 and the recommendations, and at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the board approves the recommendations as made by the chair. So the first one is for conditional retailer license application. Number 1 is a review of a conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Gramso, GRAMSO FHAVEN LLC, license number 128706, approved. Number 2, review of conditional social license application for new retailer license. This is for Thicker Clouds, CLOUDZOS DC LLC, license number 128707, to approve. Number 3, review of conditional social equity application for a new retail license. This is for Fremont Holdings DC LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 128779, approved. Number 4, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Ken Tai TAIPEI, trade name to be determined, license number 128721, for approval. Number 5, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Zaza World, trade name to be determined, license number 128708, approval. Number 6, review of conditional social equity application for a new internet retailer license. This is for Hidden Leaf City, license trade name to be determined, license number 128711, approval. Number 7, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Gorilla Hydroponics LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 128539, approval. Number 8, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Prophet, Prophet, APOTHECARY, trade name to be determined, license number 128712, approval. Number 9, review of conditional social equity application for new retailer license. This is for DC Frontline LLC, trade names to be determined, license number 128699, approval. Number 10, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Da Buzz Shop, trade name to be determined, license number 128594, approval. Number 11, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Sebe, SEBEA Smoke Shop, trade name to be determined, license number 128700, approval. Number 12, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for High Society, trade name to be determined, license number 128873, approval. Number 13, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Joint Session, trade name to be determined, license number 128881, approval. Number 14, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is High Herbally, license number 128889, approval number 15, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license, Reeks Weed, license number 128525, approval number 16, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Ganja Farmer DC, license number 128362, approval number 17, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for the Cure Cannabis Company, license number 128423, approval number 18, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Kipos, KIPOS LLC, license number 128898, approval number 19, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Amsterdam Abracy, ABARCY LLC, license number 128730, approval number 20, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is Bear River Cannabis, license number 128777. This is a denial because the application does not qualify as social equity. Number 21, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Bear River Cannabis, license number 128941. Denial because the application does not qualify as a social equity applicant. Number 22, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Bear River Cannabis, license number 128940. Denial because the applicant does not qualify as a social equity applicant. Number 23, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license, Bear River Cannabis, license number 128943, denial because the applicant does not qualify as a social equity applicant. Number 24, review of conditional social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Positronics, license number 128624, approval. Now we move to our standard retailer application number 25, review of social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is High Demand, license number 128725. The decision for it to be placard. Number 26, review of social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery and safe use treatment facility endorsement. This is for Produce, license number 127844. The recommendation for it to be placard. Number 27, review of social equity application for a new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is Greenleaf DMV, license number 128841. This is the recommendation for placard. Number 28, review of standard application for a new internet retailer license. This is for Amtrite Enterprises, license number 125505. The recommendations for placard. We now move towards the standard manufacturer application number 29, review of social equity application for manufacturer type 1. This is for Mota Medical, license number 125505. The recommendation for placarding. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approves the recommendation made by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda for June 12, 2024 is read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now at the end of our agenda and also of our calendar and of our agenda for the day. And So therefore, I'm going to close the record for the day, for adjournment for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 4 or 5, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 26th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for June 26th, as published in the DC Register on June 21st. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote. The motion before us now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. The board is now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public and the board members who participate in our hearings today. And with that said, I ask all board members, since we are now adjourned, I ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.